All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope your Christmas and Kwanzaa and all your other fabulous holidays have been great. As we're trudging through the end of 2021, fucking finally, um, I am determined to finish this game before the year ends. So, hold on a second. Let me just make sure. Alright, hopefully that's a lot better and not as loud. It's a lot more smoother. All that fun stuff. So, it looks like I didn't get to my goal of getting at least one more subscriber before the year ends, and that's totally fine. There's always next year. Next year, we are still gonna be streaming. We are gonna be here still vibing, and I'm gonna be more determined than ever to work on my novelist career. I'm also determined to work on my streaming career. I have a lot of fun. I've been taking a lot of breaks. Thank you again for all understanding, which is something I'll never take for granted again. Next year is going to be much better. I promise this. I promise I'm going to be making more of an effort to stream at least once a week. At least a week, you know? You guys deserve it, and I honestly have a lot of fun doing it. So I should act like it more often, right? I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. So. Okay. Okay, so, yeah, that's right. We're in the last one. I know Gina was accused of murder, and we obviously need to prove that she is obviously not guilty, and there was a surprise guest. Am I gonna remember any of my voices? No, but that's okay. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? I told you I don't remember what voices I use for the characters. That's fine, that's fine. I'm probably gonna remember less when I finally start the second game. Hi Ash, how you doing tonight? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard? For the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Hungry, waiting for the shrimp scampi to be done. Oh, so you're just waiting for your dinner meats again, huh? Well, other than that though, are you at least doing okay? I'm hearing a rumor. Actually, no rumors. I don't know. I am tired. I just feel out of control lately, so I'm just trying to... Oh yeah, a very incriminating picture. Well, I didn't think you would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? You have done absolutely nothing but burn a candle or read a book today to your vibe, and honestly, that's the vibe we're gonna carry through until the New Year's is up, because 2021. A lot of people, I see a lot of memes talking about like how 2022 is gonna be their villain origin story. My villain origin story is 2021. Period. I'm gonna be nice aggressively, in a villainish kind of way. That's the energy I'm gonna take in. I'm tired. I'm so tired. Well, I won't pretend that it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Yes, it's my girl boss era, finally. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Well, it doesn't matter, Gina. Like, we're your fucking lawyer. We're gonna believe you to the end of days, as long as, Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Reno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? I don't know why I keep giving her an Irish accent. Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to 221. To Windybeck's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. If Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of Baskerville? I don't know what's it all about him, nothing. But if you ask me, there's something that Shelms don't like. In that Shelms don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking him in love with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. I guess Cockney is almost kind of Irish in a way. Like an Irish, slangish English. Hopefully I'm making sense. So you broke into Windybanks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... Oh, I don't know what. You're the girl that was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets were in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Shelms leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The hound of something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Shelms really pulled it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Oh, Gina's so sweet. In a very, very misguided way. So then the old cub unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The manuscript. Shelms weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out there in the main old beat of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I come with you and... No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hand and walked back into the shop. I am back in the storeroom, like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... Oh shit. And yeah, she got knocked out. I heard a couple of gunshots go off. 2, I think. It was at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I had done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be all right, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Reno's about to put the real culprit to the mill. That cove, what was there? That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Edgar Benedict. Hello? Oh yeah, this fuck. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it in all Reno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto. Man, I feel you. I feel you, Renosuke, on that. And I know she can't help because of her accent. So, yes. How can you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? I mean, come on. It was only 2 months ago. Me and Miguel we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the ball shredder with him. Often with him. Even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? But you're not. You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning, especially since he picked up the fucking gun. Like, I'm never gonna forget that. Like, you see a gun on the ground, and he just picks it up like some kind of fucking asshole. Like, really? Come on. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Reno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. His boyfriend. My best friend. Our king! I miss him! Renosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. And look at him! Look at him! I miss him so much! I know, chat! We miss our king! We miss him so much! Why did he have to kill him? Like, come on! Like, we could still do the whole thing without, you know, with him in our side. They didn't have to kill him. Like, it's so stupid. I'm still choosing to believe his spirit is in the fucking sword. Fair. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. That is called love, Naruhodo. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like me, Gilded. I know that. Eh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris! We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly! Mr. Naruhodo, Oh, she's crying. Oh, baby. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another. Just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Chat, we got this. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too. Partner. Eyeball. Eyeball. I know they said eyeball. I know that's what they translated it from. Yes. Drama. Oh boy, oh boy. I hereby call this court to order. I should have used bestie, not bestie. No. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zix, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station, where the man works immediately, my lord. Here's our other key. Maybe some white guys have rights after all. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, you would see. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Oh god, the rain is gonna get that man killed. No, I fucking hope not. Then who are we gonna win? Who would be the killer? Who would have done it? If not this coming guy, then who would it have been? Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness had just arrived in the building. Oh good, he didn't die. Ash? What was your original theory? That what, a fucking bullet? Someone shot a bullet and it landed in his fucking someone shot a bullet and it accidentally hit the fucking guy. Yeah, it was a stray bullet. Yeah. God. No, I hope not. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert. I'm gonna call him Egbert for some reason. No, the knife was so fucking stupid. No. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Fellas? Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. So what is your real name, motherfucker? Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. And before anybody, starts screaming and yelling, Ashley was and still is very rarely used as men's names. So this proves to the point. Oh, that's your sister? No. But yeah, they use, I think Ashley. There's another feminine name that was frequently used as a man's name before society got all weirded out. But I actually knew a girl named Charlie. That was her birth name, Charlie, in junior high. So does names have a gender? Obviously not. So yes, Kelly. Yeah, Kelly. I knew a guy in college named Kelly as well. He was, I'll be polite and say that he was hardworking. It's Sasha. I think Sasha is also another, originally a man's name. Sasha, Kelly, and Ashley. And I know there's a lot more, but those are the big three that I remember. Mr. Graydon and I both work at the London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. It's some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh god, he's doing that thing again. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. But we know that he was there. In fact, he was, I'm sure, wouldn't Gregson be like, hey, That's the motherfucker, you know. That's the motherfucker who took aim at me in the fucking, when they tried to arrest him earlier. Alright, what's your testimony, bitch? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties are present, here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Oh, go fuck yourself! So, you deny the exact accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Damn, son! Why don't you just reject the lady outright then? Oh, boy, golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, that I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Consul, proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. I love that Naruhodo's just like, I'm gonna call this motherfucker out with his... No, he's like, surprise, motherfucker. He's that meme that, surprise, motherfucker. And, using his fucking alien, his fucking online name anyway. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Minosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. Oh, there goes his French. He said some French words, Ash. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Alright. Naturally, you have occasion. Are you seriously? Yes? Like, how is this even a fucking official statement? But then again, I guess maybe it's not so bad because we did interrogate a fucking parrot, so we have no intention. Even in certain parties.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Actually, let's look at our evidence to remember. Our armband, this, examine. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so we do have his blood officially on record. On our record, at least. The ticket, the manuscript, I don't know why we have it. The notes from Susato. That was weird. From Susato today's quote-unquote paper. Autopsy report. Oops. The crime scene photograph. The floor plan. The gun. The other gun. Photo 1. Photo 2. The stereoscope, which I don't know why we wasted so much fucking time on. It really wasn't that important, to be honest. The music box disc. Shows his pouch. And the third bullet. Okay. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis had positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. But why are they blushing? Why are they blushing? Like, I guess he's kind of good looking, but like, with his attitude is making him look ugly. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? I've heard of Sherlock Holmes, but who the hell is Sholmes? Oh, I assumed all Londoners know the name. He's a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we? The counsel for the defense thinks a British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he? Boy. This is so unfair. That chemical test is based on solid science. Hurley and I know what we're doing. Does he actually not know? I don't think he knows. I don't think he actually not knows. No, I think he knows. I think it'd be hard not to know, right? The trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving. Granted, it's a very colorful alchemy. Perhaps it would make a good souvenir for your uneducated friends back home in the East. Doesn't Sholmes work with the inspector? Yeah, he does. And, Iris writes about it. Literally, like, she literally writes about their exploits. But then again, he works in the communications, so something riled him up there. Just for a moment, Mr. Graydon lets his feathers get ruffled. But a souvenir is all it's good for. Okay. Unless this man is from the middle of nowhere. Yeah, there's no way. And there was... Oh, god damn it. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Renaud? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. I need to find a way of getting more information out of this man somehow. But compared to the bungling burglars beside him, he seems as innocent as a child. Oh, perhaps the Skulkin brothers might be the key here. Oh, could they be somehow? Well, they're blushing, so that tells me they know Ashley. Remember, if you don't prove this witness has some connection to the incident here, he'll be free to leave. I know. I can't let that happen. Let's listen to those statements again and see if there's any way I can make one of them tell us more. Okay. You know me, I like to... Yeah. Press... I'm gonna skip through some dialogue because they clearly... burping. Yeah, it's not them. Okay, because around here.
Oh, me.
Yeah, see, he's acting up, and again, like what you're saying, like he does know, he has to know. But why are these guys like blushing like that?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not big, rough, sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Cold blimey, governor! You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that? He's literally like, would you like to share your gun with the rest of the class? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thought? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest girl, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open that wound again. That's all. What wound? Wound? Well, he took the water, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed off yet. So I was, I was worried for him. And yeah, I'm just like, what the fuck is he talking about? Oh, hell's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. Oh, that's right! Remember, he got a wound. We were just looking through the courtroom record. The music boxes scratched him up to a point where he was actually bleeding. So I'm guessing that's the wound he's talking about. He's acting like he's not like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about, but the wound knows, the blood knows. On account of your injured arm. My what? My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two riches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole on the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Oh yeah, and this too, but I was also thinking about the metal, the disc. Perhaps you would allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. Oh my god, are we having another Manfred von Karma issue? Dude, just show off your arm. If it's not a big deal, then just show it. Like, you have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Oh, shut your bitch ass up, motherfucker. Oh boy. As I've already said, I am completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawn procureur where his fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterberg's pawn procureur. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Yeah, he's digging himself in a hole right now. Ugh. The bottom line is that I wouldn't have anything to do with when that man was killed.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on that very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. Yeah, I bet you're looking for an armchair.
Objection!
No, you are in there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, see, he knows. He remembers, because remember, he was there. Sorry? You must be confusing me with somebody else. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket! That won't get you anywhere, Bruno. Iris! What do you mean? Mr. Winterbank never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets. So you can't prove the ticket was his. Ah, of course! She's right. I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Irrefutable evidence. Alright, so that's all he's gonna say. Blah, blah, blah. Because I need to go back to that statement then because, what's his name? The inspector reacted. He had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Oh, so I missed a bunch of dialogue. Oopsie. Okay, yeah.
Hold it!
Alright, let's do this again.
Objection!
Is that right?
Persistent.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? Oh, you were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. Your young Japanese assistant and this accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Oh, well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Oh, fuck off! What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here, right? Boo! Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the Winterbanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, a legitimate picture here bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop exactly on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Yeah, well, technically it was 11 o'clock in the morning, but still, like, by the time Gregson came along, it was... Because remember, they were all arguing about the whole stupid coat. Not the coat necessarily, but the disc. And I gotta wait for the opportunity to use it because that's exactly what it is. Because that has his blood on it. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Not even gonna lie, those chips look really good. Well, that's all he's gonna say on the matter, isn't he? Okay, so what do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, blah blah blah. Opposite of Hurley. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulking brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says... Yeah... No, I know! Like, stop treating me like I'm stupid, game! Okay, I think now is a good time. Actually, let me go back. Let me save, just in case. If I'm wrong, and I'm probably not because they opened the door for it. They opened the door. Oh, right here.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winnebake's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrand, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. Yes, it was! Dude, your blood is literally on there! I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. The skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon! You refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? He's gonna bite his thumb out his chat. Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, it would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. It just cracks me up that they gave him a box. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. How is this a misunderstanding, you fuck? I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Fuck off! I'm tired of him. Somebody threw the disc at him and his thumb just happened to be there. Oh god. It's a stray music box disc. No. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc. Now! As you wish. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Fuck off! It does! It absolutely does! Because see, this motherfucker was big mad and a little girl showed him up. So he was like, I'm gonna go kill the pawnbroker and somehow place the blame on her, and just so lucky to have her being there. No, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this man. There's a note on the disc saying for Mr. McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop. Later that same night. Yes, you literally just gave us a reason, you dumb fuck. Hello? Sorry, I'm just like, huh? I'm tired of him. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who died in a fire? Who perished in his very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. And you still say that this has nothing to do with you? How stupid are you, sir? What? Oh my god. Ash, what are your thoughts? Order! Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again. This man is a disaster, like he is. You hope he gets McGilded. He gets McGilded! According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon in Winterbanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note for McGilded. Oh god, I'm tired of this man. Hey, you're not. That would be calling Gina a gutterling, you prick. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. That's what the inspector said, at least, as he seized my disc. And thanks to the skirmish with that rastro, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard have indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way. Not something I would be aware of. I really didn't know the man. Well, anyway. After all, I I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes. And flamboyant poses. Okay. In other words, you have absolutely no reason. Bull fucking shit. No, I Gilded slipped a disc in his coat pocket and had it deposited in Winterbank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing that fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Alright, so we gotta...
Hold it!
Is that right?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? Oh, well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. That's right. Where are you going with this, Van Zix? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Corporals like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. Wait, but isn't he working, like, for the defense, though? Like, why would he... I guess maybe I don't understand how that kind of shit is set up. But... because Renault answers to him, right? So why would Lord Strongheart be like... You know what? I'm just gonna say anime shenanigans. I don't fucking know. I'm guessing... I'm wondering if the Lord Chief Justice is just someone that everybody, like defense lawyers and prosecutors and cops and all that, answers to. I don't know, maybe. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. He's like, nah, I don't think he is. Is he? You know. And I'm flicking my hand right now. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Okay, so in other words, you had absolutely no reason to... Yeah, bull fucking shit. That's the code. Let me examine this real quick. There's a cat. Mr. Winterbeck appears to have used the package photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written on it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's in the front, what's the reverse side now. Okay, yeah, let me save, just in case. I don't know. Because he's saying that he has, like, oh, it's mine, but it doesn't even have his fucking name on it. No, because that has blood on it, so we know that's not...
Objection!
I floored it. This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilda's instruction. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
No, but the ticket. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Hell yeah, he turned his microaggressions against him, King. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Winterbanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Winterbanks' pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into that shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Clowns, right? I feel like the meme culture has ruined that word, but like in the good, like not in the cringy way, of course, but in a good way, just like it's entertaining. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into their shop and purchase it. Yeah, but Gina still took it, so... There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That is a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means, for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Siegs? I mean, we've already had people dying in this courtroom. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but truth is quite incontrovertible. How the fuck do you say that? On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Winterbanks pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set up to capture the counter when Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. But then, it's according to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilda's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Okay, so I was just gonna say, like, well, how do we know it's been forfeited? Well, now we know. But then which box is it then? Which means it would have to have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. But that's also assuming he actually got to it, because there was a bunch of craziness even before then. So that's a lot of assumptions here. You know, I'm sure, like, it's not even just one item that the guy has to go through and all that. I mean, for all we know, he could have been, like, about to forfeit it, and then all the craziness happens, and he just forgot that that's also, that could happen, right? Now, what I have here is the print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th April. Okay, never mind. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Okay. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. God damn, do we have to do that stupid stethoscope thing again? Okay, good. What's missing here? What's different? Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Ash, if you see anything different about this, let me know, because I'm struggling. Oh, wait! That box moved! This box is, like, over here on this end, and the box is over here on that end. So what the fuck? That's different. There's the thinker. Those are the same. Those are the... Yeah, it's that little box. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that someone had been taken in addition to the victim, that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. Yeah. We counted every single item in these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. It's almost as if he wrote a fanfic. No! But they moved it, and that has to count for something, right? I don't believe it! Neither do I! If I could just have shown that he's stolen McGilda's pawn box... Sir, I might have been able to break him down at last! He's really dancing in court. I can't deal with this man. You know what, Riddle? I've been thinking... Yeah, it's different. I wonder if these 2 photographs are exactly the same. They're not. What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what's your position? It seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No, we don't. Obviously, we don't. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy between these two photographic prints somewhere? Yes, there is. The fact that this box moves is I think that's a pretty big fucking deal. And especially between 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Yeah, that's... I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What?
You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the print's precise location of discrepancy of which you speak. I'm a save. I'm a save. I trust my instincts here, but I also don't trust the game being like stupidly pixel perfect. You know, like I know how these games can get sometimes. Okay, so I know which one it is. It's the box. Well, I'm gonna just click on this one.
Take that!
It has to be that. It has to be that. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically... I hate this stupid gag! Like, it's making me dizzy. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. You leave to go get seconds. Yeah, we're doing this again. Like, it's so, like... We don't need to, guys. We really don't. Trust me, you can just look at the damn picture and see something's not right. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. This method sucks. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from the window banks on the night in question. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Oh god, don't make us prove it because it's stupid. It's literally, you literally just did it yourself. You don't need me to do that. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Ugh. So a box was moved on the left. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. It wasn't stolen, but just for the fact that it was moved, it's a very big deal. But that doesn't change the fact that it was moved. Like, that changing, it changes everything. It changes everything, regardless. I believe this changes everything about the case. Like, here's the thing. If you're gonna move a box like that, and especially in the middle of a night, and especially in the middle of a fucking murder, you would want something from that box. So what was inside, right? Like, that's the next logical step. How can that possibly be? Crucial point is the fact that was what was moved. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. Okay, that doesn't seem that we're gonna do that bullshit again, Ash, so we're good. We're good, Ash. What are you suggesting? Is he gonna do leggy? Yeah, you better stay quiet, bitch, because you know your number is about to be up. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves and window banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Oh my god, you sexy man, shut up! Thank you! God damn! The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Whew. They're gonna fight or make out. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Do you think they're gonna fight or make out? We should have a report within a half hour. I think perhaps we should... All of the above. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. Do the leggy thing then. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty would seem. Fuck off. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. But if he's targeting something specifically Mr. McGilded, like something specifically that has his name, or not really name, but has money attached to it and some kind of connection, then he wouldn't be trying to steal it in the first place, King. Have you thought about that? Like, he's making this huge amount of effort to play it off like, oh yeah, no, I'm not trying to steal shit. I'm not trying to steal anything. But in fact, he is trying to steal shit. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. But if you did, you wouldn't have made such a big fucking deal early in the day, my guy. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society. His reputation implied the fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles in his upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets. In a small box. But again, if they are so of little insignificance to you, why the fuck did you aim a gun at us in the first place? And I don't know why Gregson is like not remembering all this, but whatever. I assure you, I wouldn't accept it. Even if the man tried to make gift of such things to me. Fellas? 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 You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though, goodness knows, Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker. He pretends he does not see it. I mean, that's literally what he's doing. He's literally doing it, but the facts remains. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. There he goes, throwing perfectly nice wine glasses. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They are both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilda's true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. But that's something you have to do regardless. Like, it's literally, if you do not say that Gina, if you literally say that Gina was coerced to do this by McGilda, she's going to get hanged. And she's a young girl. We're not gonna let anything happen to this little girl. So you have to admit to your mistakes. There's no other choice. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information, and again, back then, that wasn't our fault. That was literally us being put into the fray immediately. Oh no, and that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Oh fuck, you're right. Shit. But Kitty, she was coerced. She was coerced. Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright. The exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. We don't have a choice. There's really no other choice. What's the right thing to do here? Nope. Have her testify. We need to make the court understand now that she was coerced. Because remember, she was coerced to do all of this as long as McGilda was alive. And even then, she still followed his orders after he passed. Because she was most likely scared. Most likely, he probably would have instructed the goons to ensure her of making sure that she did it. So regardless, this poor child was coerced. So, my lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited in Winterbanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, in particular, the impact it will have on the accused's study, and indeed, your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? Prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. Yeah, you're not getting off that easy, fucker. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Reno. God, this case is ridiculous. It is... The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Winterbigg's pawnbroker are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we are all again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nepalese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. Oh, come on, Gina, don't do this now. I already said what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you were willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilda's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Stratt, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down on about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Thoughts so far, Ash? Or chat? Oh boy. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin on the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the scouts. Finally, an answer. That's when McGilda sent the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have educated an error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yeah, I don't think it matters now. Like, the guy's dead. But, at the same time, in the law of public opinion, it's gonna make him look bad. The actions of the accused in our trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. Then McGilda fell running to the court. They took their pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all on it together. You're wrong. The lot of you, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. You're right. That is true. We actually knew absolutely nothing about it. And there's a fucking skunk outside. And he had no idea. We literally got plopped in there first thing. The day we got to London, they were like, oh, yeah, go take care of him. Go get him, go bail him out. And we really worked with what we got. And this is where the clock went from the beginning of the clock. No, not the clock, man. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? You really stitched everything off. Everyone else didn't he? What an operation to get the man all scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. She's tweeting right now. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. And plus, that's what a fucking defense lawyer does. They're supposed to take care of their clients. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer for whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. What? Tell me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Wow, nobody raised this much fuss when Phoenix defended Matt Engard. Well, they're also not super racist either, so... Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I don't know, you think Obek was... No, she's definitely racist. No, she is 100% racist. Definitely racist. She is definitely racist. Like, I'm not even holding my breath on that one. I'm saying, like... Well, like... Also, she's a... Oldback is a racist stan. She's one of those stans on fucking Twitter that'll like fucking bring up race for no fucking reason other than just to try to get as a lame ass gotcha. So like...
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can see nothing at all. Wait, why are they talking? Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilder and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, it got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing no one on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave me away. That's perfectly normal. Hold on. Oof, that skunk is stinky.
Excuse me.
Can we help you guys? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! What? Oh, blimey! You trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? Oh, with this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? But you literally just were! You literally were just doing that! Hello? Oh my god! I'ma fight this inspector, chat. And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking to the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Hello? Zeeks? You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, oh, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Mr. Strand, continue your testimony, please. Okay, so we definitely got the first part.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah. Hey, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove, lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat with the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. That's wow. Yikes, dude. That Irishman. I know he feels a way towards the English, but damn, that's cold-blooded. Damn. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I've seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he looked at me, was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I would get stuck with the knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was some kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden you heard a scream, and that's when the twink screamed.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. The twink! They must have looked down to the skylight and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coves and the roof ran off to fetch the slops. But they immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. But, hey, do you think they got together, Ash? Chat? So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from the outside. Driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. God, that case was like 100 years ago, feels like. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Well, if she says that he was bribed, I mean, how else are they gonna fucking get there in the fucking snow? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stir. Indeed, Lord Van Seeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before adding it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, the coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Hold on, let me just turn up my heat a little bit. It's so cold in here, or at least it feels cold in here. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the ball trotter called to me and told me to come out from the Drake's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch. threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scalp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Well, whatever it is on that disc has to be pretty important. Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. When McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the culprit showed up. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've had enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. The negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. Ended 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident. McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Chat, what are your thoughts so far? My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh, shit. The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that is the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. God, everything happens so much. And obviously, we're gonna finish this. It's a gun, the same gun that somehow shot Landon. No! Well, he was shot with his own gun, though, so... And Gina, unfortunately, was holding it. So... Any other theories, Ash? Or was he? He was! They were! They concluded it! Well, there's the box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGill did 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick! Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! Come on! Gun number 3! Oh god, if it's a gun, I don't know what... I don't know. I'm scared. No, it better not be a gun! What? It's a music box! Good gracious! Yeah, she's like, no! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow! Although in truth I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Oh god, what's gonna happen? So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGill's disc, deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGill's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the Brickmaster was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGill? I don't know. What do you think could be on there, Ash? Well, honestly, well, if this was that kind of game, I would just say like it's somebody's porn. But I don't think so. Not the Blue Badger. Not the forbidden Blue Badger theme. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord? Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Or worse, the Forbidden Steel Samurai theme. Even though we're in the 1900s, it has yet to be invented. The Forbidden theme songs. The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. You're right, Copper Samurai. No, steampunk samurai.
Objection!
This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is the policy of this prosecutors to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Damn, this man's looking sexier already. God! You're gonna scream if it's not a music disc, but some sort of Morse code, and the lady live trading case is gonna use her thing to decipher it. Oh God! If you call it, I'ma scream. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Oh God! Here we go. Here we go. I think you're right. Like, it's trying to sound like a melody, But it's definitely Morse code. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate it here. What on earth? Are you sure you're not looking it up, Ash? That's certainly not what I would call music. You swear. No. It's Morse code. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. It's Morse code! You guys know what Morse code is. Oh god, he's gonna have a Danganronpa meltdown. We haven't even officially called him a killer yet. Alright, Life Tweet Lady, do your thing. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Bitch, shut up. We all know it's Morse code. Broken? It can't be. Can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Shut up. I'm tired of this man. Well, with much regret, I fear the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. It's Morse code, you fumbling fool. Where's Franziska when you need her? Are you ready to move on, Counsel? No, we're not! Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? No, it's a fucking... You foolish fools! Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It's a clue! It's a clue! It's a fucking Blue's Clues! You see the paw print on it! They're just choosing not to look at it! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Thank you! How does that song go again? Fuck, it's been years. Good lord! But how can it be? No, you know what it is? It's Music Box edition of trap music. But because that's what Morse code is. The beat is the foundation. Where's our handy dandy fucking notebook? God damn. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. It's almost as if it's a trap. Music. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. It's early electronica, I'm telling you. It's house music. Nobody understands greatness. Well, Graydon stands there chortling victoriously as though he's a fucking Danganronpa character. Our kids would bump to this unironically. I was starting to bump to it. that makes me a true creative, honestly. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. As if he's familiar with it somehow. It's not supposed to be music. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friends, answer me this. Oh! You know that vine of the girl, like, kind of, like, dancing to the microwave or the... What's that shit called? The fire, the smoke alarm going off? That's me right now. I'm waiting for someone to make a remix of this now. I need a remix of this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's Morse code, you fools. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is an unusual genre of music. No, it's not supposed to be music. It's Morse code. It's Morse code. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Get ready for his Danganronpa meltdown. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. Please, we're long overdue for why. We really are. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
Shut your bitch ass up. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nepalese friend. First, I want to double check something. Definitely not that. Oh, let me double check. That's not gonna have anything in it. Yeah, it's not gonna have anything in it. Fuck. That's... None of these are definitely in it. What is this? Oh, fuck. Man, I keep burping on the street. This morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Jeez, Ash. Are we finally gonna... Or Chat and Ash, are we gonna use this? Is the ballerina gonna come up? I don't know. I just do a ballerina because I don't know. Everything else is fucking happening. Well, surely you have an idea in mind. The ballerina did it. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. Man, shut your bitch ass up, Graydon. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Reno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Okay. Why isn't this one doing the lore? She might as well. Like, alright, time to pop off again. No, but like, Francisca became a lawyer when she was 13 years old. But that's because of her... Whew, that's because of her shitty dad. Alright. Well, the music box isn't broken. Why is this song still popping now? It must mean that the sounds it's producing must have some significance that isn't musical. It's... Why? Like... I don't know. Like, I know that this is a game, and I know they're just trying to, like... I know that they're trying to, like, what's it called? Ease us into it. No, Lofi Pete to get prosecuted. I'm gonna title that on the fucking YouTube channel, or the YouTube. You copy that. That's funny. Oh my god. Oh my good golly gosh. I'm keeping that. That's funny. But no, like, I get why they're doing it, but it's really kind of fucking annoying that they're making us like, gee, what is the code that can be said in Morse that we can interpret? Like, come on. Like, people aren't that silly, aren't they? Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Yes. It's trap music. No. No, but for real, it's Morse code. It's fucking Morse code. Don't let this child, don't let a fucking 10-year-old tell you that it's a fucking Morse code when I've been screaming back here. Clear to share with the rest of the class, Renosuke. Something just struck me, Reno. I feel like recently, the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. I swear, the 10-year-old is gonna tell us what the oh god, we're gonna have a whole goddamn history lesson on what Morse code is. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for the answer. It's the pictures all over again. Help, right? I'm so tired. We really genuinely don't need a history lesson on this. We know what Morse code is. And if you don't know what Morse code is, you may be a little too young to play this game. I'm just saying. You need to go back to school. Wikipedia that shit. Damn. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we heard, why is this dragging so? Like, why are we literally dragging our feet? You only know how to SOS and Morse code, but you still know it exists. I would imagine something like fucking Morse code would be known, especially like in like the jury, like not even just the jury, because we know the lady is live tweeting it, but like just like in general knowledge, because I know they have telegrams. Telegrams have to come from somewhere. It's all pointing to one single answer now: Morse code. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is the fucking paper, because it's Morse code. God fucking damn it, I'm so tired. Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbrokers Perishes in Pickpost Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd take a look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mode. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted, denied, and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. And what do they transcribe those fucking wired telegrams from? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, Misa? What the hell is the matter? You told the court before that you worked in the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. She was probably tweeting about like how sexy Van Siegs is, wondering when he's gonna do the fucking leggy again. And that in particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. They're tweeting in the courtroom, same though. Well, I mean, they take it so down. He ain't smart. I'm kidding. He's very smart. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You didn't mean to say. That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. We finally made it, chat. They finally... Oh my god, they finally made it. They did it. Oh god, it took how long to pull their fucking teeth into it? But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, that there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Exactly. We got some Tingle Nation in the chat. Oh, are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? I don't know why I said it like that. I'm just tired of this silliness. Order! Order! Please, everyone! Order! But this is... Yeah, it is him doing it. And then who the fuck is Mason? How did he get a hold of it then? That's what I want to know. This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? I'm the mouse right now. Source of words I'd have expected to know. Wow! Just because he's Russian, Renosuke? Hello? I'm kidding. For all sovereign governments, confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But then how did he get the disc? That's what I want to know. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Have the breakdown, King. Well, you're a peasant. Have the breakdown, peasant. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Who else would it be, motherfucker? Certainly not Gina. Certainly not McGilded. Certainly not their juror, unless she's the one who did it the whole fucking time. So he was gonna find a child for that disc. A child who probably had she had no idea. She doesn't have any idea. She thought it was like some fucking platinum records, you know. She was thinking, she heard a vision of Beyonce, and really thought like, man, if I had that album, I could sell it early. But this man's like, nah, I'm gonna fucking steal government secrets. For the lulz. But how did it get to McGilded's hands? She'd have had a vision of Beyonce. Like, Beyonce? She wakes up thinking she's doing that meme like, Beyonce? But like, I just want to know, how did this motherfucker get this? How did this get out of hand? Literally, how did this disc get out of his hand? And how did he know where to go? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Of course I do. But there's nobody else in this fucking building besides the other juror, who would have done it, and she definitely did not do it. She's thirst tweeting in the fucking courtroom. She just tweeted, this fucking twink that I work with. This fucking twink that I work with really just, you know, is really sitting here lying that he didn't leak government secrets. And someone's responding as, a twink? Isn't that just a gay little man? I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prating away.
Objection!
Fuck off! Not you, Zakes, but the other guy. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. My boss is getting fired! Deserved! Delighted, I'm sure. Fuck off, Graydon. Like, holy shit, I'm tired of this man. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial in the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbeck, that being a most disagreeable offense, because I cannot pronounce that fucking word, for which the law of this land sanctions as a capital punishment. But the heinous act of treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you'll testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Hello? Hello? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork eye here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Now, they calling themselves a fucking baddie. I hate this. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. Our what? Excuse me? That's right. We were what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bruv. Kirsten is like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I'm not high enough for this. Bad timing for us. Very bad timing. This whole case is a fucking ridiculous ass one. What the hell is this? A mere communications officer can possibly steal confidential government information. Then who else would they? Who else would? Graydon, elaborate. You give us something to go on. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaster negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is bring it to the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we know that there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Same. Fucking same. What? Same. Same. Just all three across the board, same. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One, Mr. Do Governor. What's up? He really told the judge what's up. Bruv. Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov! We did! Quiet it down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter! Getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? So I guess there are honor among thieves. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Dude, I think being labeled a thief is way better than... Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying this, like, they're really just like, fuck this man. Yeah, like, the burglary is like the worst thing you could do compared to being a goddamn traitor. Indeed. I mean, you're right. I'm just saying, like, they're really just, that's what I said, there's honor among thieves. Like, even they're just like, yeah, even evil have standards. But they're not evil, they're just bumbling clowns. That's all they are. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in its proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Alright, so we're gonna take a look at that. Before it... Yeah. I'm just gonna look. They can excuse robbery, but they draw the line at espionage. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my god, golly gosh. Okay, so... what is this? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Oh, look at that. There's another movement on the underside. Another gun. There's no gun. There's no more guns. So, does that mean you could set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements all linked together. They're linked. So if you have two discs, they will both play back at the same time. Huh. Interesting. So if we had another disc, do you think maybe I don't know if that's relevant. I like how it looks. Do you think if it's relevant? Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? Like, maybe they need the disc to kind of use it as speaking? I don't know. I just think it's cool, but there has to be a reason that this thing exists. Who'd have thought that there would be another second movement? And this movement's like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement would be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. It's not a music box. Obviously, it's one of those playbacks. Okay, so obviously. Okay, so
Hold it!
yeah, we need to find out information about that. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government one for dots. Oh, hey, Nausea Spells, how you doing tonight? Hopefully you'll be hopefully you're enjoying the stream tonight. One for dots, one for dashes, case closed. The semicolons and the M dashes joined together by a single note. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high level of officers, by specialists. It's an... Oh, hey, Ann. You pop by and see what's up? Well, we're just finishing up the rest of the first Great Ace Attorney's games before the new year. And then, yeah, we're vibing and having a good time, yelling and screaming at this ridiculous ass case. Yes, Ash is very psychic. They've been guessing, like the last... it's ridiculous! What was the last thing you predicted, Ash? Not the gun, but it was, fuck, what was it? We just had a reveal. No, the Morse code thing? Yeah, that's right, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're very right. It was the Morse code. General members of staff and station where I work will never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! And this lady has been thirst tweeting in the court. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lonely as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Cradle is the team leader. I have my eye on Ash, just in case she's actually looking it up. No, I'm kidding, I'm teasing. Yeah, the girls are fighting. Get his ass. Hell yeah, we're gonna get his ass. That's fascinating. Graydon's like, I'm gonna fight this hoe right here. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. She's thirst tweeting again. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Yeah, that's the right word. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! I must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. She's really calling his ass out. Is what he deserves. Where's our Danganronpa breakdown? That's fascinating. Get his ass. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. Shut your bitch ass up, Graydon. What? She should really pick her idols more carefully. Oh my god, I just realized. What if juror number 5 is actually Oldback's, like, ancestor? I hate it here. I fucking hate it here if that's true. I tell you this, lawyers accusations are completely unfounded. Okay, besides sound produce a long line of old bags. Alright, I don't want to think about it. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Sir, unless this is like very early trap music or very, very early electronica, shut your bitch ass mouth. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I'll be honest, I know Morse code, but I just don't know what the thingy, like the sound to make for SOS. I'm fucked. If I'm ever in danger, I'm gonna knock on wood. But I don't know what SOS is. And I'm gonna have to learn that eventually. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? I knew it. I knew it. I knew we were gonna get a goddamn history lesson of Morse code. Oh, bag, no. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. Are you gonna take us through the entire fucking alphabet? But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it all sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. Yes, it was actually correct. Your galaxy brain. There's just it's just a matter of sequential. It's just a matter of order of how you put in the whatchamacallit, how you put it in. And like I said, I don't know anything about it. I just know it's a dot and dash. So you're actually right. What? There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. But we checked underneath. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Aspersions in future. I have no idea what that fucking word is. All these English words and I don't know shit. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this? Oh my god, we're gonna give it a try because we already know that there's something underneath it. Me and my curiousness. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. I hate this, Ash. You're right again. No, I guess technically I was right too, because I was like, well, there's a reason why this exists, right? And here it is. One side for dots, one side for dashes. I hate this. I hate it here. Are you sure you're not spoiling it, Ash? That's the belief of defense, at least.
Objection!
Hey, sexy. Does it please you in some way, my honey bunny's friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Once again, I kind of figured it out a little early. God damn it. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? You already figured this out, but go off, I guess, Aji. I'm not reading all that again. Yeah, I read this already. Oh my god. So there was two, what's it called, disc, right? Yeah, there was.
Got it!
Good gracious. What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? Oh, have your thing and Robert, just have it already, my guy. I'm tired of you. It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you could put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. You're a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, that he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing to do with nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim in the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Reno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. There was some milk left. Look, all we've done is break.
Hold it!
So what was told? Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a nature after all these years, but the water had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Ash? No kidding, his name is Ashley. That you know, now that I think about it, maybe that's why there's a lot of men or people, or yeah, a lot of men who call themselves Ash, because it's short for Ashley. Duh. Or more duh to me. Let me stop you there, Mrs. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China. God, these slang is so like what to me? Enough! Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? Go post it on AO3 for all I care. Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. Well, that's bloomin' nice, isn't it? You little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it. Two could play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. What does that mean? I know it's slang, but what does that mean? Never spoken to him before in my life. Never even seen him. Never, Nash. Never. Good grief. Such a pliant life will not stand in my courtroom. Well, all I can say is this. Okay, so they're just gonna repeat. Okay.
Hold it!
Thoughts, chat? Do you have any thoughts so far?
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. You're channeling the galaxy brain to foresee the next nonsensical plot twist. Oh my lord. What is the galaxy brain saying, Ash? What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right whole lab together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Ravash, I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. Someone present in this courtroom has... Oh, God. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. You're right, because that's usually how these Ace Attorney games go, so... Yeah, but it's just more of a matter of who. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains. He had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what never have gone through in our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Wait, save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Hold on a second. Wait. I mean, they're brothers in probably like the loosest sense. Milverton. Hold on a second. God, there's so many fucking people to know. No, that's not. Fuck. Okay. I thought I saw it earlier. Wait a second. Wait, is that his connection to Mason? Is that like his dad? What? See ya, Lily and Ash. I'm gonna head out. Oh, you're gonna head out? Yeah, sure, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you so much. I love you. Bye. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezers asked us a question, didn't they? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Take it easy, okay? Make sure you stay nice and warm. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn all attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes! Add it to the testimony! I just made the connection that they're related. My lord! Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton is Skulkin's milk run. God, them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask him to elaborate, but on what? Not the business model. I don't think the business model is really relevant. What's the name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you said? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever cloak like you would have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the moment... God damn, hold on, let me... Whew. Okay. Why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that she decided to interject. Because I wish lawyers were allowed to legally say shut the fuck up. I know, same. Because I probably would. It's where the Appia's home that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash would always be a Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. It's all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. I think I am galaxy braining. Because it has to be his dad. If his mom walked out and took him, you know, or maybe she just walked out on him initially and the kid was like, no, I want to stay with daddy. And, you know, had a bit of fun with the thieves, and eventually, I guess they must have got caught in trouble or something. But something happened, and he went to go live with his mom, and he got this pompous attitude. Keep that image he has. Get rid of the last. Yeah, exactly. But that still doesn't explain why the brickmaker would have that, and why. I mean, McGilded, I can understand somewhat why he would want it. Because blackmailing the government is a big fucking oof. And plus a big fuck you to the English and all. But like, why would Mason have it? Even if it is his son, why would Mason have it? That is the question I have. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So, even if that is his father that died, he has his father's hair. He probably got his mother's looks. I'm just saying. So, Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. No shit! He's only 27, too. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. Well, we already looked at the notes, so yeah, there it is. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key is to make us is key to us making headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. Well, we know that's false. Yeah, I don't think that's true, because remember, look. He's not just some brick maker.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. He's like, you're on thin fucking ice. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brick maker? That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton. That sounds... I keep wanting... I feel like I keep wanting to say like fucking Ovaltine or some shit. I don't know why. Maybe I'm craving some chocolate milk or something. I don't know. But I have... Oh well. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? Ugh, I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really will take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is that you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Whose side are you on? I think he's on our side. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent to the secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Love how literally every case has a subcrime with murder. Yeah, right? Mr. Graydon concocted his elaborate scheme of using two music boxes to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But what the deal with McGilded would sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. Ash, you may be galaxy braining again. You don't need to actually do that. Like, you literally just look at the pictures. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. as rather ingeniously demonstrated, using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the 2nd disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. Spill the tea, what's on the disc? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh shit, yeah. What? 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibake's pawnbrokery. RIP. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the final bullet? Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Manfred von Karma in the future is like, I'm gonna take this strategery and try to apply it on my own and taking a vacation. But he had no time. It's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits in Crook, I reckon. Yeah, I think it's the bullet is still. No, it's not in there. It's actually on the calendar. I was just making a joke. Don't acknowledge my presence there and any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common-back slum thieves. They were your friends! Like, damn, son! Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibake's night. I paid the pair 10 guineas to accompany me. Right? He's one of them! And as you've noticed, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? Can you afford to dance right now? Like, seriously. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibake's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. But then how? Because the gun was only fired once, and I think they said that what's it called? Windibake was shot with his own gun, didn't they? Double check. Is there? That's the papers. Fuck. Stray bullet across the street. Come on, no, no. Mrs. Garrett did it. She's out here committing crimes. So, This says a single round was fired, and this one also says there's a single discharge, so that accounts 2 of the bullets. You know, but then what shot Mr. Winterbank then? And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! Yeah, logically there had to be 3 guns, right? Because there's just no way. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you. But it's not a straight bullet, so you're still not 100%. Oh, come on. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact. Naturally. The inspector? Why would the inspector kill him, though? I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? Of what? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Corrupt cop trope for the money. For the chips! Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. Oh, come off your smugness, you asshole. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. She's a child. If he's selling government secrets, the inspector might want some coin. But is it worth it? Is it really worth? Like, I could buy the fact that Gregson knew about it. I can buy that. All right, fine. He knows about it. That's legit and all that. But again, why? Like, this man has every reason, every motive, every means to do it. So why not him? And then this man's going over here trying to threaten a child. I'm gonna fight him. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? And isn't his arm, like, killing him? Like, even to do all that posing, it would still, like, ugh. Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. God, I fucking hope so. This is ridiculous. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. For a man that's been shot in the arm, he's pretty billowy. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole at the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl, but there was no blood on her, though. There was no blood on her. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole. The what? The peephole? How large do you think this peephole is, sir? So I picked it up and made my escape. This man is literally writing fan fiction. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. This man, what? Hello? You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Ugh, I'm so tired. I'm tired, chat. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. But you did! So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Fuck off! Fuck off! The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accuser's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Reno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, hell, you're right. I was forgetting about what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Oh yeah, that's right. There's blood all over the coat. But I think that's not Winnebake's blood, is it? But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, that's not Mr. Winnebake's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. We're fucked, chat. We are fucked. Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Consul. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, so I'm actually gonna go use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. I'm back and I have hydration. So let's go ahead and get this motherfucker. What was he doing? Just vibing? Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scurrying the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars. That's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean? What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help and me a little rough, but the old geezer chucked me over the moving counter. So I pulled me gun out on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw that it was bleeding badly. So so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Since I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did you, like, not take care of yourself? Well, I mean, even if you went to... I'm sure no one's really gonna care. They're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, let me patch that up. Alright, get out of here. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no. I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scampered through the door out back. At which point, what did he do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made out of stout wood. Okay. Okay, so this is why he would say, "I'ma throw it through the peephole." All right. But there's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. I forgot it's not an actual small peephole. It was actually pretty big. And what about you burglary brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not like me, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gav. I doubt those two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. No, because they literally said that was the Winterbank's gun. They literally said that. I thought they said it was, but I guess not. Well, I guess they only assumed it was because it was fired once. The broker's gun was not the murderer's murder weapon. So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But she wouldn't. She doesn't have one. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Count. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. But that doesn't explain why she would be, like, knocked out, because they found her knocked out. This is bullshit. This is complete bullshit.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color? But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbeak's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. She was knocked out! Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor, on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun for the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flew here told us to tidy up. It thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? But I admit to nothing of the sort. After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you? As expected. He won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face. It's not as easy as you thought, is it? To pin the crime on this lapel? It won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be snickering like that forever. What's your feeling, Reno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in this testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. Thoughts right now, Chad? And quickly, too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing, it's a bit strange. He's so sure of himself seeing the blood spatter all over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbeak, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the blood stain on Gina's coat. Yeah, so I know some. Oh fuck.
Hold it!
Okay, good. Ooh. Just skipping over. Clear up. We made a bit of. Okay, yeah, that's when they talking about that.
So rag.
Oh, damn, he's getting saucy.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen!
Something wrong, Sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, isn't he?
What was going on just now? Like, yeah, like, spill the tea.
You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't ya mention the third gun when you got here down to the station?
And why didn't you? Gregson, what have you done? I'm scared. I actually kind of like Gregson. Like, he's silly. Like, he obviously has some issues going on. But I genuinely like him. If he turns out to, like, be the actual culprit, I'm gonna be big mad. Not like culprit, if he's involved in any way, I'm gonna be big mad. And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D's giving me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm scared. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Fuck. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, sir. God damn it. No.
Ah, the blood on the accuser's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I'm scared. I don't like this. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. No, my lord. Oh, no. They're gonna...
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector.
Chat, I'm so scared. They haven't even done DNA. I know DNA testing doesn't exist here, so we're I hate this.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of a splattering following a gunshot wound.
You can't assume that. But they can only detect if there's blood, and I hate it here.
End of report.
They can't tell that though. They can't tell. They just at this point in time, you can only tell if there's blood on there. Goodness me.
See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
Fuck you! No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbake's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before this coat was deposited in Winterbake's, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood in that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilda's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it a bloody disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
Nobody asked. Like, literally, nobody asked.
But we use Mr. Shows' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Shows is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I heard the Piruski to starving boy. He ran away, crying. Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
Are you fucking serious? Then what? How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed.
Thoughts, chat?
This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from
Start to finish. No, it's not. It's not the truth. Oh my god.
How did you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accuser's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim.
Well, how would he know that the blood No, I was gonna say, like, I was actually just thinking, like, how would he know if the coat was actually splattered with blood? But I'm guessing it's a bluff. Like, he bluffed us, and it just happens to be true, but not in the truth that he thinks it is.
The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact as if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
No, it's not! No! This is my lord!
Been a long battle. This one with this old man, old Woolhouse, has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now! Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
I hate this! No! No, not this bull. Exactly, not this bullshit again. No!
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
Fuck me.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
Oh, fuck off.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing.
Yeah, no fucking shit, whoever this is.
To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naohodo?
Huh? What? Oh god, don't pull any fucking Danganronpa shit on me, please. I'm begging. I am begging.
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurred to me with some regularity, Mr. Naohodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. What the fuck is this bailiff going off on? What? I know that voice. Do we? Am I going mad? I certainly am. I'm so tired of this imbecile. Mr. Sholmes! This man really put on a fucking fake mustache, chat. I can't handle this. No! I'm tired. What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me? In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Have you spent so long already? Exactly. Haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Huh? Why is he like so nice to us? Like, well, then again, I mean, other than his like fucking casual racism, he really has no other reason not to. I mean, at least he's not like a rehash of like the original Ace Attorney, what you call prosecutors, where they're like, no, but they do it anyway. He's just like, yeah, sure, go ahead, I don't give a shit. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. I'm addicted to cocaine now. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked just for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out? I love him, but he should never speak because he's such a fucking imbecile. I'm so tired. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this. My dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? Furoshiki? A leaving present. From Miss Osato. From Miss Osato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Osato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. I can't believe Susato shot him. No! No! Susato did nothing wrong. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving presents for Susato-san. Whatever could it be? No, she's not there. Oh my gosh, oh what? She's going to her dad so she can reap him? What is this? What the fuck is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah.
Meow. Yeah. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flappomat. It can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Kawagi in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flappomat that night? But why? Wait. The cat killed him. God. Wait a fucking minute. I was just thinking too, like, there's no way that there's a fucking peephole on that door. And look, there wasn't a peep door. There's no peep door at all. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Your 5 minutes. It's over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful for you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend would consider the summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? This is where fucking Cosimo's ghost will be popping out of the sword. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests. We need to keep going with the with the what's it called? No, we technically we do, but no, we need to finish our cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Shut your bitch ass up. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
We're now cross-examining Sholmes, so. The defense, exactly, we're not doing it to Sholmes. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Yeah, we got interrupted. Nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Craden, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Oh, wait there. That's fine. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. Yeah, and you sure are running it well then, aren't you? I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination, but however, I will not permit an unremitting retraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Oh, no fucking pressure! What? Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witnesses any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. What? I leave this in your capable hands. What? Is he dead? Mr. Sholmes! You're just gonna stand there? Oh my god. To stand so insistently before the court in a state of such high fever. The cocaine wore off. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling, or an extraordinary amount of cocaine in his system. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. No, we're not. Let's look at the cat. Oh, flapper. Let's see. Well, there's nothing really unusual about it. Whew. Those fish's teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts up at the top there? Those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course.
That you can match this machine for power? It can make the mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapper is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
While the High is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
What? Why would you say it like that, Iris? Well, one statement. One piece of evidence. No fucking pressure! Oh god, I must fucking save here because I don't trust anything. I don't trust nothing. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Exactly. And I won't waste this final choice that Susato-san has given me. You've been... Yeah, right? Well, to be fair, it's been a week or so, or even more than a week, like a couple weeks at least, since I'm watching this video, or playing the game, I should say. Sorry. I think, I mean, they did hint that Susato gave Sherlock or Sholmes something in the dead of night in his hospital room before she left. So maybe that's what you're missing. But she did visit him. That did actually happen. We were allowed that to see happen, so. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well, then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. No fucking pressure. I'm scared. I'm scared, y'all. Okay. See, this is where I was like, huh? At first. Okay. So maybe this... Good thing I saved. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Consul?
Oh, it's my cat flapper, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come in and go as they please without their owners having to... I'm sure we can all work out that for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to the case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being the keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function in another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked... That's right, but there wasn't originally a peephole on the door. And I figured it out, like, I think maybe right before you got back, Ash? I don't know. But, yeah, she must have created it while Well, Runowski was chasing the burglars initially. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
Oh god, this is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism. They should create a whole charge for it. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it became apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Like the hoe that he is. I'm a slut shame this man. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shot the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you have claimed to see. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes! I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Kiwi, time for dinner. Yeah. And did Iris really just deface a judicial building? Girl, what?
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling in the Old Bailey. She sure fucking did. Yep, she sure fucking did. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door and window banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you could prove that it was. Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can, because we have our picture. No, but it's easy. What?
the cat flaps, my cat flap-o-mat crates are all of a fixed size.
Dude, just say you did it. I'm in so much pain, right?
And the dimensions of the peephole at the window banks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now, my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that Peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the Peephole cut? The prosecution demands your answer.
What is the true purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the Peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
But we have plenty of proof. Shut up!
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the Peephole was made, my learned friend claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. It's technically a crime, but who cares? Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbake's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Let me double check. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, see? You can see here, like, that wasn't there before, so... just in case. Just in case. We've come too far! This is too long!
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's inferno cameras again?
My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. That is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ugh. Mr. Graydon. Ugh. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is full of shit. Is a catalog of lies. Well, his Danganronpa breakdown is finally happening. Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's that's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks? Me and everybody in the chat. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. Gumming aside, had to sneeze. But that is no proof. This man is the victim's killer. Oh my god! Seriously? Yes, that's right. What? I was there, in the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. I'm tired of you. Oh, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. What? Do you mean to say that you can't put the cat back in the bag when the cat can go? The whole thing about cats, once the cat is out of the bag, you can't put it back in. I think that's what she's trying to say. Isn't that right, Reno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. That's true. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. That's right. What?
Objection!
Shut your bitch ass up! I'm tired! This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The consistency is revealed by the lies of the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. I mean, the peephole, like, could be a thing. Like, he could absolutely have seen it before. But the bloodstains, how would he know about that? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrand's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you have possibly known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Yeah. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. I almost called him Mr. Gaydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you one simple question. How is it, I almost did it again. Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars,
Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbase constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Oh, well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we can get do it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence formed the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Oh, shut up, like seriously.
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he'd witnessed a crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Six? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report.
Why are you so, like, fidgety? Like, why do you want to leave so bad?
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied.
Hell yeah!
Oh, it's not all the same to me, Inspector.
Prove me right. No! He didn't do anything, did he? But then, they were talking earlier. I hate this.
Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words that you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Grayson I'm calling him Grayson now, I'm tired. Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering the particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. You know, I'm putting it together, and I fucking hate this. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I'm gonna save. I really hope I'm wrong, but I'm gonna save. Obviously, it's not Susato. We know it's not her. It's not Hurley. It's not her. It's not him. He's dead. It's definitely not him. It's definitely not her. Unless he's fucking psychic. He didn't tell on himself. It's definitely not these two assholes. It's definitely not him. It's definitely not him. Your hunch. Your hunches, Ash. Your hunches.
Take that!
Yep. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
You should buy lottery tickets. You should split it with me, Ash. I'm kidding. Or am I? No. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of a trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess.
while the police executed the subpoena and brought them out here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. And no time to prep either. Are you suggesting that until such a time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of my investigation to this fella, eh? Because of the government secrets. Because he's been fucking like panting over the fucking thing for all this fucking trial. I hate this. Well, F to him. I guess no one in that bench deserves any rights. I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I just remembered something, Reno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. And here we go. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? For the lols. Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It's incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witnesses in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Oh boy, yeah, I know exactly what it is. It's the damn disc. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! You know, do you think it could be? Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must present you for, wrong voice. I must present you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witnesses? And again, we know what it is. It's the music box. This bitch won't shut the fuck up about it. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, isn't that true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this, or rather, this other top-secret case is what alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Noah could you... Why did your clownery theory actually come to fruition? Because Ace Attorney is very easy to predict it. But I don't think he was the one, like, leaking it, was he? I don't think so. Like, what would he gain? Like, that's a traitorous act. Unless he is putting up more money or whatever, or that bussy or whatever. What? Clout? Not clout! Not the lols! We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited in Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that they encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession. Are they leaked classified secrets? Okay, but what? Okay. Okay. But why? Besides Cloud, is he doing it for the bussy? So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets. Okay, Gandalf, you can keep your secrets. You covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc details of the case. You little... Is everybody gonna get a Danganronpa breakdown? I fucking hope so. We deserve it. Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbase, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Miss McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is mine!
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Okay, but my orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. On the QT? I've never heard that, but alright. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely! I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details to the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No!
Objection!
Oh, come on. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? Well, we already knew that. How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have to approach this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No. He would have instead insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious. Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely! They could have only struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order examination of this personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if you don't put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you are aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. Oh, get off! Sod off! It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. They're right. She's right. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have been physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow something doesn't feel right. Oh, wait a minute, because remember he was shaking? The other guy. Oh my god, he slipped it in there. He must have slipped it. No, we gotta change it. We gotta change it. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Saving just in case, because I have a hunch. There's no way a cop is gonna be like, oh yeah, sure, totally, go ahead, search him. I don't give a shit, you ain't gonna find shit. Unless he did that, and there was a reason why he was shaking the other guy. I'm following a hunch here. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nippony stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Wait, did I pick the wrong one? Very well then. Bailiff, conduct us. Wait!
Objection!
The defense demands a search, but okay, I was gonna say, like, wait, did I pick the wrong? Good thing I saved either way, but oh my god, that scared me for a minute. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Like you're being any more irrational here, sir? What the fuck? Be quiet. All of you. Who said that? I don't know. Oh, Iris! Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. A little girl. I'm having flashbacks when Pearls was fighting Franziska. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Oh, don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about these things I've seen in court today, this shit is bonkers. I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom you request this search now. I've got a funny feeling, and I'm doing it to be safe. Okay, definitely not her. I think it's him. I think it's him, because remember he was like choking him earlier. My lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Hey, blimey! Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff? Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Oh, shut up!
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard has to object to search.
Objection!
Shut your bitch ass up!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But with Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions, the bussy. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know about nothing. I don't know nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. I'm so tired. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Thoughts, chat? Order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Bennett! I swear, I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? I don't fucking know, man! The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information. Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was... Yes, my cross-examination of Mr. Grayson. Ugh. And this whole thing again. See, this is where I was thinking, trying to remember, yeah. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Police brutality. Yeah, it didn't know. Thought me and Noggy was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. Yeah, well, too bad for you. Hold on, just a moment. Bruv. And what exactly happened to make that detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yeah, and that was the perfect excuse for him to actually, like, sneak it in. Held it right down the ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now. Thoughts about this, chat? The way the detective behaved when he was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. How was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc? Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. Yeah, but then that would reveal his hand. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the key too. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush? A top secret assignment was, is it? Isn't it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be... how do the kids say it these days? Problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? This is a lot. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you in this alleged deal? You're gonna keep fighting, aren't you? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Can this motherfucker, like, please just admit it? Like, holy shit, I'm tired. Chat's tired. Everyone's tired. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, the All Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective, and all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? I guess to be fair, if someone's accusing you of all these things, you want to defend to death too. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I would declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I done has been in the name of justice. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice would be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of this whole thing. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it's time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. This bitch is still thirst tweeting? Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it! These 6 jurors they're gonna believe Gregson! If they declare their decision now, is Jeannie gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose! Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare the final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw out some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present the evidence against? Gregson? Or Grayson? Or Graydon? Why do I keep calling him Grayson? Ugh, saving. But I'm getting the inkling. I'm getting the inkling to do it to Graydon. I don't know. Cause like, all Gregson can literally do is be like,
Oh, I did it for the country. Oh, you know, you can't persecute me. It is really hard to fight it. Chat, what do you think? I'm now leaving it to the jury, so we can already eliminate that. Regardless, we're gonna have to, like... Do we do it to Graydon? Or do we do it to Gregson? I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. Because Gregson will be hard to... I know what, I'm gonna just do not Gregson, Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever do you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. Do ya, bitch? I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he's clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
I'm getting a feeling. Is that Mr. McGildy's Peculiar Music Box Council? Yes. With a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Ash, get your Morse code ready. Goodness! This correct? Council? No, wait! I can't let you do that. Too fucking bad, bitch. Why not? Because, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. If it has nothing to do with this case, then indulge us, that motherfucker.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. And all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Hell yeah, King, get him. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Hell yeah, King. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop it.
Objection!
Eh? Damn right! He did the leggy! Leggy fucking out! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Brendan Ash is barking. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. fair means all foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance to the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. And watch it actually be like somebody's fucking lunch order or something. But this time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously, oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Did we do it? Did we finally fucking win? I'm tired. Let me ask you again, then, and spill the tea. It's somebody's lunch order. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Can you pick up the milk on the way home? Pick up some cigarettes while you're at it. Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. The trial resumed after the recess, when we were stood here together in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst! You there. You're the detective who turned up all the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. It's somebody's porn fanfic, that's what it is. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. Then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetuated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You... Jesus Christ! Traitor! Holy shit! What? What? Did he just kill him? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Is he dead? I hope not. I don't want to... That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums of vile places. So you're gonna like fucking blame it on another slum girl and ruin her fucking life? I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. I know, right? Am I supposed to feel sorry for that bitch? Because I don't. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Like, exactly, like, how the fuck do you jump? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Is that it? Really? That's it? This whole thing? For money? Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I once drowned them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Just before, like a normal person. He's got that bussy, use it, bitch. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilden. God, why does he look like a protagonist from like... Why does Graydon look like a fucking protagonist in a fucking, what's it called? One of those thriller novels. Like, he really is. You're a fiend with required talent? So you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilden would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The law of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime that you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. And for what? My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. That's actually really smart though, like when you really think about that. I can't even imagine the logistics behind it. So, I sought out my father again to employ his services. So you brought your dad in and he died. For what? It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? God, this is so sad. I don't want to feel sorry for this bitch, because I don't. I don't feel sorry for him at all. I feel bad for the dad because he thinks he was helping his son. I'm so fucked up, chat. He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2 actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. It's all about status, my guys. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing. I've exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay me 1,000 guineas. Damn! From 10 guineas to like 1,000? That's... So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way I promised a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Crate. For why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealing with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you will let your old man do it, you understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oh, God fucking damn it, what the fuck? Oh, the dad, I'm sure he was a piece of shit in his own right, but come on, man. I hate it here. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. But again, we had no fucking idea. If we had any fucking idea. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, There are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. Oh fuck, he put out a hit! Oh my god, it was a hit! After he twisted everything into his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilda's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. Oh my god, did he disguise himself as a bailiff?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again? That's right. An imposter. Hired by me. McGill did use his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony.
So Gina was literally caught up in the middle of all this.
So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Did he get another walking stick? An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end? Leave Gina alone! Oh wait, the disc, the coats, the everything.
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winter Banks pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbrokery ticket, so 'tis. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch the word. I put the jewel in the pawn for ye. It'll fetch ye a good 10 guineas if you say it so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have ye not, Mr. Raiden? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. I don't know, man.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina.
But he didn't count on Gina being there.
I remember now. Then when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to the Winterbanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGillen's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as all investigations into the stolen government secrets were progressing, we pick up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast, so yeah, he's fine, I guess.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawn crockery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawn crockery can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I stole to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fire back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled to the storeroom for refuge.
But he was willing to throw a young girl in jail. So fuck you. And fuck this so-called sad-ass tale. I'm not gonna feel sorry for this bitch, because I don't. He had every opportunity to turn his ass in and explain, but he didn't. A sorry tale. It took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo had even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. What do you think? What do you think, chat? Should we feel sorry for this bitch? Slightly. Yeah, slightly. But still not enough. I feel more bad for the dad.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder.
He did get fucked over, but sir, murder. Exactly. Like, he sent his old
old father, his old man to die. I mean, to be fair, yes, he didn't expect it to happen, but he had to know the risk. He had to know the risk. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. You really did, though. Like, I have to say, yeah. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He has been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether you are doing it is so in the line of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Scott is standing by, sir. This is it. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We did it. We fucking finally did it, chat. We finally got the not guilty verdict that she deserves. Whew. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno! You finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony. Did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbeck's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGild's property, it seems. Eh? Unfortunately, he's right. Ugh. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGild's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, it's just when I was getting excited over throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning all attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music boxes contained a message in Morse code was... well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he had done, so... If I may say something on that point... Oh god. Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? Are you... What? No, I'm tired. Let me be free. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? It's so much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say, in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? It was trap music. I knew it! My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you out of your nut? Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government's communications. Haha, nut, right? We know Mr. McGilder conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really gonna bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Yeah, no shit. Falsifying evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you see yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade and never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Oh, confetti in the courtroom. We fucking did it, Chad. Holy shit. Yeah, we've earned those fireworks. Jesus fucking Christ. That is all. Court is adjourned. But... on a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the gripe to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it.
Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. We all are one race, the human race. God bless. What about NASCAR? Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Boy, they're now monolith, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Oh, that hasn't been invented yet? Well, I don't know. Oh wait, did I miss something? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happens exactly? Horse race? What about horse races or dog races? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Can you imagine if this game was in pixel, like it was all pixel art instead of the 3D art? I love the 3D art, but I'm just imagining what it's a request out there. I would love to see pixel versions, like original Ace Attorney pixel versions of these characters. That would be fun. It's done. It's over at last. We did it, chat. We also gotta go through the epilogue now. But where's Iris' spirit to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naraodo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You were as old as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Oh, no one ever has before, see? I kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. Well, I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and pay for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an excuse. Not an excuse, what the fuck. Exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. It don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Oh, Gina. I mean, sometimes I trusted someone else's. You know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Renosuke. We miss you, King! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. Why is he like this? I know it's Sherlock. I know it's Sholmes. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along. You see? No, I don't. Oh my god. I had assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Moo. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who attended to me. Did you slip them cocaine as well? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having this news in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have been indeed feeling somewhat cold. Perhaps not as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Leave the child alone! I'ma fight this man. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? What? And, in some ways, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. Does Sholmes have a choking fetish? What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so athletic? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little... precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Cause anyone who's found not guilty in a trial, he was working it on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Then don't! Don't scare her. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs. He knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cobs like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strand. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal.
was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been there? And there's Iris. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
Wow, she's really calling his ass out.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Oh god, he better not die. Like, as silly as he is, he better not fucking die.
I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I'm so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm going nowhere. I'll be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge, Potter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the book trying stuff, what was in the lug, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them look like me for themselves. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Aww. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrand. The prison's carriage has arrived, Mum. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps this situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strand.
Eh? On occasions such as this,
I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well... Thanks.
Aww. Aww. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Aww.
I love her. She's adorable. Let's be real. She's adorable. She's my daughter now. Well, she's always been my daughter.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina.
Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pigpuss.
nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Reno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait! Dover? Wait! That's right! If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off! But... there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive and the mint tree. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! Alright, so now, can we finally talk about the game? No? Okay. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came out as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? Law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? Who cares? You helped, exactly. On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner,
if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself at Mr. Winterbake's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So, you used a clapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print in the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first important at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered the trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would have never done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which, a peephole would have been the very thing. The only peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? It doesn't matter! Let us go! We want to be free! So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone. Not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Renosuke, please, I miss my wife. Let us go! Holy shit, how long is this fucking epilogue? Like, who Who else was to confess?
And Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not drinking straight. If she had done that, it would have been rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So, Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrand's. Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure what she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Are we free yet? Let us be free, for fuck's sake!
Well, we must be all thankful that Mr. Strand's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And we have to go through every fucking detail of it, too! Holy shit, I'm getting mad. I'm actually getting mad. As she said, that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
Are you still streaming?
As one would expect. After all, we're all talking about a secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. Who cares? Just end it already!
Let me voice it.
Say hi then. Say hi
Let me
to
voice
chat.
it. Hello chat, let's see what's next. So then, we can never have hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow.
He has a British accent.
It's quite, well, you know what? We could pretend he's a British accent. It's quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you.
Who cares? Just go! Who cares? Wait, what? Surprise guess, yes.
So G What?
Really?
Hold on, let me
No,
voice it.
I'll do it. Well, no!
Real world, can it?
Shut up! No! Well, that can't be a real world, can it? How funny. A ghost.
Wait!
Oh, wait!
Iris!
Iris!
What
did you just say? I just said asogi. Does that...
Sounds like soggy socks.
Does that word mean something to you? Yes, it's ghost shenanigans. I'm tired. I don't care, game.
Man, why does ghost hair look like ribbons?
It's a ribbon. Read.
Where? What? Mean something? Soggy Socks was the name of my best friend.
Of his eyeball. What? name Iris?
His soul is in the disc. Oh my god, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh my god. This game will never end!
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
How smart is this fucking girl? Holy shit! She...
Transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius.
Yes, I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
No wonder the white woman didn't think it was Morse code. Oh my god, you cracked the case.
Susato, isn't it the name of the goddess?
Probably.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety.
Because that lady was fucking racist like everybody else in this fucking game. Holy shit.
Various countries around the world have altered and added them to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying? Hold on.
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before.
Wait, was that the guys talking when I was his voice?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was a girl.
But I think it's based on the Iroha Pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say in Japanese Morse code, beep, 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 beep. The message says Asagi.
It's a Sogi.
Close
This
enough.
child is a little genius. Why isn't she the lawyer, right?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Miss Susato! Do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
She was wrong.
No, she's right.
She's wrong.
She's right. Okay, go, Sholmes.
Then, may I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Man, shut up, Sholmes.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
And she's transcribing.
But what could this possibly mean?
Alright, go next.
That's you.
Me?
Yes.
Whatever is in that long sequence, who's talking?
Rinosuke.
Who the hell's Rinosuke?
Phoenix's ancestor. I keep telling you.
Whatever is in the long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made to color drain from Susato's San's face.
There's no doubt that this message was written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names? What?
The first is Kei Osogi.
Kazuma Asogi? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
Do you think that could be Chinese?
No, probably not.
I mean, it's possible.
The third is T Gurugusun.
Man, can you imagine Japanese person trying to pronounce that?
Yeah.
Goody.
It's Gregson.
I know, Gregson. Let me channel my inner Henry Cavill.
Channeled it Henry Cavill.
It would seem Tobias Gregson is a third man on the list.
That's you.
And what's his name doing to secret government communication as well? Man, that guy looks doofy as hell.
I know, but
On the
that's
top left? Who is he?
that's the inspector that always had the chips in his hand.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, he's actually guilty for trying to get government secrets.
Alright, have fun.
Anyway, so much for that surprise guess.
And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Chat says bye. Chat said bye.
Tell him.
You know they can probably hear you.
Well, tell him sayonara.
He says sayonara.
Close enough.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Hey, what the hell's wrong with you? She's 10.
I don't know who said talking.
Her dad. Yeah, her dad. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate it from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. What does Asogi have to do with this? Hello? This is why I'm taking a break for the next game. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Can't believe he faked his own death to be a Spanish spy. Who was Sogi? Our man? Our king? If he does that shit, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be really mad. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? You're kidding, but you hope he's not. I'm gonna hold you to that, Ash. When we start the second game, I'm gonna hold it to you. I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Umie University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbake's murder today, I feel like I rode back into a black boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Yeah, you need a light. And we are not doing it now, because we are tired. Are we, chat? Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. Are we gonna actually just have to just go home? It's not worth it. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Are you gonna tell us your entire fucking itinerary, woman? You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, shut up, Renosuke! Holy fuck! I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. Go back to your dad, Susato. You gotta get out of there. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Get your ass out of here! Really, Susie? Don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? About your manuscript. Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Who gives a shit? Go! waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
Oh my god, any other fucking essays you're gonna leave us with? They're gonna leave your fucking thesis?
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep.
Are we gonna recount the entire fucking case too?
If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato.
Bitch, they are leaving! That boat is about to be gone if you don't get on!
My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Oh my god, finally! Are we free?
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
What now, you bitch?
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news.
What, is there gonna be like 4 more fucking hours of this?
The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion online, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we wouldn't have made it to the Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
Excuse me? Ah, Sholmes!
Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
The white man strikes again. It never fails. Mr. Sholmes?
Yes? A word, if you don't mind.
Push him in the water. He deserves it.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Spell it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Winnow's words, and I just know the one that he'll use here.
Say the line. Say the fucking line so we can be free.
Then I really must say,
Objection!
Hell yeah, King! Now we're finally free. Now I can talk about the game. Can I talk about the game? Okay, we can talk about the game. So, I've been waiting to play this game since it came out in Japan.
I have no idea what the fuck this game was. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective for a case of pittance by comparison. He really eBayed that shit. I have no idea what the fuck this game was, but I really feel like this was mostly substance. More style than substance in a lot of ways, especially in the early cases. I haven't sent a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks an overstatement, but some dry toast and an insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. The characters were a lot of fun, but I honestly wish we had more time with Sherlock, Sholmes, and Iris. Coffee, you're 10, right? Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely to where cobalt coins hide under rail stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, son knows his father was an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. They're still arguing? I don't care. But a lot of the puzzles didn't feel, and the pacing was really off to me, especially with the Kazuma case. Having delivered the Russian down to the shore in Shanghai, I laid low in the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wakahai's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kids on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! TB didn't get him yet? Yeah, his ass is still alive. I don't think they would kill him right away. But yeah, like, in his case was fine. Like, it was fine enough. But I feel like by the time we started his trial, I was already, like, really tired. Scientific investigation would be the good gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Alright, right, nationalists, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds paths mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I have no idea. I think that's another issue I have with that case in particular, is just that there wasn't a point to anything other than the whole class structure thing. Latest Round's magazine is out, and I'm ready to begin. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. You still have a job? Her ladyship puts me to shame. He still has a job? I mean, it doesn't matter, that he still broke the law. But yeah, like I said, this some of the, like, they kept introducing mechanics, and it's really fucking annoying. Been visiting your girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those belly stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this mad business tip that I say. Hope the gossipy neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Okay, whatever. Like, this case was really fucking stupid. There was absolutely no point to it, especially with the fucking flying knife. That was incredibly stupid. Why really? Is back on the beat again? All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hiding out small change in the gutter. I'm back to Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. They're dropped 10 pennies in my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Ollie. I'm tired of this. I hated these two. I hated these two because they literally have no point. Flying knife case was your favorite because of the flying knife. Like I said, I have more thoughts on this. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a nature, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Oh no, Gina's getting into the true crime community. Her case was good. I still don't know what the fuck the first case point was. But whatever, I guess. I wish they could have paced it better. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Keep over here, Ralph. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We all tired yet to plan to come back and milk to the Skokies Milton, right? The Three Musket Wotsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. What? Yeah, the random white... I guess maybe the racism has some kind of point to it, but I just wish I knew what it was. Like, at least in the first game, it's very heavy, and again, they also want to have it where, like, they want to... This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Like, they want to have their fantasy and they also want the realistic racism. And it really got to a point where it's just like really annoying, and especially as a person of color too. Oh, that picture is so cute. I love it. And look at the kitty. But, like I said, I just kind of feel like the whole racism and fantasy aspect was a little too... It wasn't scaled well enough, I think. I don't know. Maybe there's a point to it all. Okay. What's this then? Oh, they're just crediting the voice actors now. Okay, cool. But yeah, like I said though, it's just very... I don't know what they wanted to do with that. I don't know, like, the whole point of it all. It just feels... No, it is cute. I love this. This is really adorable. It makes me want to cry because I miss Kazuma. And again, like, going back to the whole Kazuma's death thing, like, I wish I understood why they had to kill him off. Like, there was literally no point. And this fucking bitch here, I'm already tired of her. So, would I recommend this game? Absolutely. But I think that if you're a seasoned Ace Attorney fan, you will find, like, a lot of issues that, you know, like, obviously I did, like, the fact that the ending kind of drags the fuck on. Holy shit, it drags on. There's a lot of things that dragged on. But overall, this is fine. This is cute. I actually enjoy it a lot. I hope Kazuma doesn't, like, fucking die in the middle of his walk cycle. I feel like there's so many plot points that's still just kind of left unsaid, like the whole ending. Okay, he just stops and... No, King! King! Come back! Come back! Yeah, right? I will say that it is very stylistic. I love the style so much. But if you are a seasoned Ace Attorney fan, you really kind of have to let a lot of things go to truly enjoy it. Oh, JC staff animator. I thought I recognized their style. But yeah, like, I think you really have to let go of the idea that it's not like that it's like the other games, or at least the original trilogy. I'm manifesting for Ace Apollo and the other games that's out to come to PC. Capcom, I am manifesting. Yeah, so I do think that if you are a seasoned fan, you will not enjoy it as much as somebody who is like who's playing Ace Attorney for the very first time. Yeah, so yeah, if you played it for the very first time, you will definitely enjoy it. I would definitely recommend this first as far as like chronological order goes, because obviously this takes place in the past. I don't think anything, I mean, as far as I can tell, nothing, I mean, other than maybe like cues here and there. There really isn't anything that connects to the future. Just, oh, okay, this is what happened in the past. But I do find a lot of the puzzles are like really frustrating to get through. Like especially near the end with about damn Morse code. How I was like, oh gee, what is this thing? And it's like, we know what it is. Like, just get to the fucking point. Another thing too is one of the things I had issues with is the fact that they kept trying to introduce characters, like in the third fucking case or whatever when we first meet Iris. By the time that we meet Iris, I'm already kind of tired of the game. I'm just like, all right, let's just get through this. I just want to find out who done it, get to the bottom of this. And I love Lord Van Zies is honestly one of the better prosecutors out there. He does the fucking leggy thing with his leggy out. That is really fucking sexy of him. And I'm so glad that is a thing. Otherwise, plot-wise, I don't know. Yeah, he's a white guy, so what do you expect? Those fuckers are tall, man. But overall, the last case I enjoyed thoroughly, if you know, save for the dragginess of the end, especially. But other than that, it is enjoyable. I definitely do recommend this as a very first player playthrough, just so that you can appreciate it more than maybe someone like me. Because, like I said, I'm someone who's already played the trilogy, the original trilogy even. And I'm very biased towards that, so there's a lot of stuff that I could do in that, and there's a lot of stuff I could not do in here that's made me irritated, so. But I still recommend playing this game, regardless. It's a cute little ditty, and I can't wait to play the second one. Just not now. I want to take a break. I don't want to hate it, or I don't want to force myself to play something, you know what I mean? So I will finish, well, Friday, I'll just do an actual casual stream, and then, yeah. Oh my god, look at those two boyfriends! And I took a free Kazuma from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Disc, no! But yeah, I will definitely play, I will most likely play oh look, the title card change. I will definitely play the second game after 999, most likely. So that will definitely happen. It's just I just want a little break from it. And yeah, thank you so much if you've been with me this entire fucking time, especially you, Ash. I know we've both been held hostage by this fucking game. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. I love you so much. That's my little review. I honestly would give this, I would say 3.5, rounding up to 4 stars. And like I said, I'm only biased because of my past experience from the original trilogy. So yeah, you're gonna get in your Yu-Gi-Oh! Disc. Go to your wife. She's beckoning you. Anyways, I love you guys. Until next time. And Happy New Year if you're watching this in the new year. Take it easy. Bye. Or we will pass out.